Hello, good afternoon, welcome. I believe I pressed all the buttons. I believe I've relabeled the stream name, which is something I keep forgetting to do. So, plan today is to get tier 4 research up and running and to try to see if we can get a nuclear power plant up and running today. Research-wise, it shouldn't be too much problem getting to nuclear reactor. What may be a bigger problem is simply getting to where we need to build it. Current plan is to build it here. I've allocated some space to be dumped and to be dug, but I'm wondering if it wouldn't be better if I didn't just dig down here and flatten out this bit and then actually build the nuclear reactor here once I've cleared out the small amount of uranium that's underneath all of this. But I don't know, plan for or problem for later. Once this is, or they've finished redoing this, I need to get the tree cutters over here as well. That was one other thing I wanted to know. Is there? There is not. I was wondering whether or not there was groundwater available up here. We're not too far away from the sea. I think we can still get a sea water pump in there. Yeah, 11 from the ocean. And this is height of 18. So we're going to need to get down here a little bit so we can get access to the seawater. Or get the seawater from here one way or another, because 18 is too high. But we don't have to go down too far to get to it. Okay, the only other things that were done between episodes, I got through some of my basic research. We now have everything we need to upgrade this. I believe it's still... Okay. It's going to cost us a lot of steel, but we'll get that going. But yes, otherwise, earthworks is the main thing that we've been doing off camera. Okay, they're making solid progress. It looks like the tree cutters are all done here, but they were last time, I think. They have probably come over here. Where are they? Where are the tree cutters? They are over here. That's fine. They can keep going over there until these guys have finished re-digging out this so that we can more smoothly get the train line up and down. I don't know whether or not we're going to need the train line. We have had a look at the list of stuff. We're going to be getting rock from here anyway. We're probably going to need to bring acid up, I think is the only thing. But we do get sulfur as a byproduct of toxic slurry, I want to say. Oh no, there isn't actually any sulfur up here. So yeah, we're going to need to bring some acid up. We'll be getting some rocks already up here. We'll need something delivering steel. Or a small mine to be able to actually do something with the steel. And then that'll get us enough for 1 and a bit nuclear reactors. Which gets us a lot of steam and a bunch of spent fuel. Do we actually have... We do have a radioactive waste storage. Does it say how much it stores? I don't know how that's gonna work. Radiation level. The higher the number, the more radiation is released into the area, unless the fuel is safely stored. It is a storage. I'm assuming that we're going to be able to get it out of there. I think we're just going to have to keep building more and more of them. Plutonium, fission products, reprocessing, which is a little bit later on. How much further is reprocessing? That's where we get reprocessing. Okay. That'll allow us to do stuff with our waste, or at least some of it. Unlock spent mocks. Retired waste. I don't know whether or not we can search those. That has a recipe. Plutonium to make mox rods. There we go. They're spent mox. So we can make use of mox. Fission product. Radioactive storage after 100 years becomes retired waste. So that is how we get rid of it. At that point we can just recycle it. That's a ways away. Anyway, so we have these on the way. Office. I was thinking of putting it here because it fits nicely. Originally I was thinking of actually just building the resources that we need. The office supplies here. But I believe... yeah, we'd need to get electronics over to here, and we don't have a way to get the electronics over to here. But all of that stuff is available over here. We would then need to find a way to get it from over here to over here, though. So, one of two problems. We need to get something over to here if we want to use it. Whether it's the final product or something else. I did want to get one more of these upgraded so we actually have sufficient workers to fully operate that. It's not that much electronics. I don't think I mind them just delivering the electronics because it's just from here to here. That said, routing the electronics over is actually not going to be that hard. We would need flat lift here. Two, that double clicked. 2, 3, 4, 5. Bring it over to here and under. We don't want to disrupt. Maybe able to have vehicles to go over that. So I think we'll use another lift. Brings it back down. We already have that here. I guess we're going to be leaving the middle one empty. That's an input, damn it. Still doable, but we need to rearrange things. In fact, no, that's fine. That would have been fine. Because what we do instead is... yeah, let's break off here. I want this stuff to go into storage first because that then sends it off elsewhere. So that's priority. And then we bring this under. Okay, now we need tier 3 assembler. Just thinking about being able to use the other path underneath it. Or the other paths underneath it. We can send this underneath there. This still has to go there. So we still end up blocking things off. We will reroute this slightly. Let's take it out this way. That works. And this can come out here, to here, to there. That allows this to go straight into there. You make us that. Can we really only make this in this tier? We don't need anywhere near that amount. Well, when things get upgraded, it'll be fine. We need to get the recyclables out without blocking that. So that's the easy bit. Gonna have to weave this around a little bit. In the event we want to use the other paths underneath there to get stuff out, we need at least... we need to come over the top a little bit. And then we can come down and connect in. And there we go. So those paths are still free. How expensive are you to build? That's a lot of those parts. Well, That ought to do the trick. Okay, the digesters are not keeping up anymore. Do we not have a higher tier one yet? No. Just gonna have to bring another one online. Get it online now. Don't know whether or not I did that on camera. I upgraded some of these buildings to tier 2s. I suppose what we could do is add back in the recipes for that. Let it consume a bit more of them. I had turned it off mostly just because we didn't need the extra, but we know that dumping that is just dirt, or counts as just dirt, so... Okay, good, they finally got that bit. That will allow us to do that. How are you guys doing? Otherwise yet. Now, where are you trying to dump? Oh. They've been a bit too aggressive. I didn't think I had allocated 4 of those, but that explains things. And that should fix things. Oh, they got that up and running quickly. Is everything up and running? Pretty much. We are, however, out of those. Why are we out of those? What are they not getting? They've got wood, glass. We have some ability to overclock, although I think the problem is actually more just we need sand here. We are running out of sand more than we are running out of anything else. That produces 60. That needs twice as much. I may need to make another one of these trains. Just to be able to keep the sand going. Oh, we are running low on limestone as well. Let's duplicate it. We are going to get a improvement to the amount of glass we're manufacturing in the non-too-distant future. Okay. Can we control total focus point contributed of all officers in the island? The number of workers in here. No, it's always the max amount of urban workers. Right, yeah, that's why we're out of glass. Because we just upgraded one of the homes. Let's speed things along. Did I just see it? Oh, no. Seeing the trucks deliver things. I thought they delivered a train over there. Getting these online. We may as well take this offline for now. Did I upgrade all of these? Yeah. We just have some of them turned off because we don't need the production. But we do need a lot of steel. Almost done. Oh, that was the other thing that we did. I took the ship out to all of the locations we've seen before, so that we could see what is out there. And we found a uranium mine. And we've got some basic loot. Another oil rig. Another cargo ship. These are all pretty easy fights for us to win at the minute. Yes, they're gatekeeping basically. But yeah, we need to find apples still. Hopefully the game will tell us when this is finished upgrading. Okay. Have you managed to... You have, good. Yeah, I don't need to allocate any more land to be flattened, and I don't think I need to make any more vehicles at the moment. So we do actually have offices set up, we're just waiting on materials. Yeah, we're out of glass because we're out of sand. I don't think we can make glass with anything other than actual sand. Yeah, we need actual sand. Is the acid supply keeping up? Probably better to check down here. Looks like the acid supply is basically keeping up. Admittedly, the acid only gets fueled from here, so we may need to reroute some of this eventually, but we know that. We've known that for a while. Circuits aren't currently backed all the way up because we're out of circuit boards, because we're out of glass. Why do circuit boards need glass? Fiberglass, yes, but that's not glass. I don't know if it's made out of glass, but it isn't glass. So the main reason I don't want to turn this on is because I think we already have it queued. Yeah, after we get nuclear reactors, we get Glassmaker 2, and Glassmaker 2 basically doubles our glass output. Or more accurately, it stops us making broken glass. And broken glass is a lossy result. We lose about 25% of it. And we also then have to reprocess it. So being able just to get it all out would be helpful. Okay. That's power generation 2. Let's bring the game back down. Speed back down, rather. This gives us access to large cooling towers, which are actually more efficient, returning 75% of the water rather than just 50%. Okay, how big are you? Oh. You are the same size. They are not any bigger. So they're direct upgrades. At least this bit is. This bit is not. Doesn't even fit in place of 3 of them. And we did work out that it is more efficient. Optimized power generation with low friction, better efficiency, yeah. The slower it spins, the lower the efficiency is. So you want it spinning at full speed all the time, basically. So we would have to tear up part of this anyway if we wanted to replace this straight up. That way round. It grabbed the underground pipes. We'd want to do that. And output's 12, that outputs 6. This consumed 18. Basically, it consumes both of them. So that would directly replace this. I don't think we can tear this down at the moment. We are generating too much power through it. These can only manage, I think, 10 between them? Yeah. Flywheel can store 500 megawatts a second, or megawatt seconds of mechanical power as inertia from its spinning mass. Gradually loses power only when all other entities in the same shaft are idle, neither consuming nor producing mechanical power. $500 megawatt seconds would last 10 seconds on this, in theory. Although it only gradually loses power, it says when all other things are idle. And the way that we have this set up is they will never all be idle. There's always going to be some amount of production or consumption. Let's think. This makes... it's 48. Just wondering for the point of view of this. 288. I think that's 4 lots? or rather 8 lots. 4 lots of what we placed down. Phone, calculator please. 288 divided by 48. 6 lots. It is 96, yeah, 96 per pair. Okay, good. That was just YouTube telling me that a copyright claim has been released. Content ID match. Incorrect content ID matched. Same song, just a different remix. Damn it. Those underground pipes make this a little bit awkward. So the nuclear power plant would be able to run that when running, or one nuclear power plant would be able to do this when running at full tilt. As for this, technically speaking, we could run 5 off of here if we were willing to burn all resources at all time, but that's not the point. What I might do... So one of those boilers is running constantly just so that we can get rid of the fuel gas we're making here from all of this. Have we rerouted the fuel gas from here elsewhere? 'Cause, no, I think we're using... yeah. Since we're producing fuel gas here, then we're using that for everything else that we need fuel gas for that's on that side of things. If I wanted to get rid of the fuel gas over here. I think I'm probably better off putting into thermal storage. But then thermal storage is a weird thing. We put the heat in and we get the water out. The problem I have is not being able to configure when this discharges. Because we're not generating enough fuel gas here to constantly run a boiler. And I can't get the power generator to say my input is full, so I am able to produce power and to then use this instead. To change the priority of this based upon how full this is. This is where I really wish this game had something like fluid circuit networks. so that I could put the heat or put the steam steadily into here and then say, okay, when this is basically full of steam or full of stored heat, then run this and run this at maximum priority. So this becomes the primary power generator. Because that would allow me to balance things properly. Otherwise, I would just have to burn the fuel, or burn the fuel gas. And not be able to use the power. Or not be able to generate enough steam to get these up to speed. At least I don't think we would be able to. So yeah, without the ability to configure this, what purpose does it serve? If all we can do is store heat in it, use it as a thermal battery. I suppose you could use it in, or if you're using the steam you're producing from your power plant in your production chain, then you can have the... Yeah, you'd use it as a balancer that way. So it would be useful if we come back over to here, because a bunch of this uses high steam. It would be useful basically replacing this. All of these turn on until this is full, or until the heat storage is full. And anything that needs the heat is pulls the heat out of it. Or pulls the heat out of the tank. These likewise will turn on and off based upon the current demand, because some of these are not generating electricity at the moment, because they don't need to. Surprising number of them are actually currently active. I'm tempted just to rip up this bit, tell these to quick upgrade, and just like try to very fast replace all of these to upgrade them. At the very least, we should do something about this bit, because we can get more water out of it. Although we are using... Oh, the waste of water there isn't that big of a deal, because we do want the brine. We want the brine down here for both chlorine and salt. So recovering more water is actually not that important, given that the secondary input for water is the thermal desalinator. And only a small amount of any excess water should come from here. $90 versus 24, so 4 times as sufficient. This replaces all 4 of those quite literally. Not quite. Actually, no. Yeah, it's not quite 4 times the size of a 4x4 of them. Okay, we have enough population to run this. What we may not have enough yet is glass. That's full of glass again. Did we get our train up and running? No, we're still waiting on the steel. Steel is catching up. That's fine. You guys are fine. Oh, out of coal designations. That's not what I wanted you to do. Try again. Let's see whether all this survives. Oh, I didn't realise that that little bit there was outside of the designated range. Let's fix that. Okay, you're still working on that bit. You have done this bit, which means we can now do this again, and we should get the tree cutters up here. J. There we go. Copy that section. This is the tricky bit. Bring it down. That goes there. Pretty good. Correct the directions, I think. Yep. Top one, invert. That's where that goes. There's a slight problem with this in that we do need to allow one of the mines is over here. We need to allow traffic to get over to it. Okay, space isn't there yet, but we have allocated the space and that will be fine, I think. Vehicles go over to there to get to here. Yes, that looks good. That can go there then. Don't need to have one up here. Let's grab the tree cutters. They're doing a reasonable job cutting this down. Something I was thinking of doing. We need steel and we need glass. Steel's just iron. Glass is the trickier bit. I was wondering whether or not I could set up a micro factory somewhere that just makes these bits. I would also need to make the construction parts, so it would need a fair amount. And just to very, very slowly pump out solar panel cells. The ship should be ready. Okay, where do we want to send it to first? What is your 480? So we'll win that fight. Let's not worry about that kind of fight yet. It's got a fuel tank, so I'll see if we can't get it to go here, here, then here. Since they're all low-level fights, it should be pretty easy for it to take them out. Should have tier 2 weapons. Armor will be the next thing, and top tier weapons are over there. Oh, excellent, you've done. Good. Well, you're not actually done though, because now I need you to repeat your work over there. And now we have access to this area up here. Need to figure out where things are going to go. That's a dump area. All of the mine for this is going to be, or mining is going to be over there. We don't, strictly speaking, need to get the train over there, so I don't need that big of a path through the mountain to get to it. The train only really needs to come up to here if we want to deliver the steel. There's nothing up here for the train. And in all honesty, I think I may just take the train around here to get to this quartz, or this limestone. And probably similar for this bauxite, but we don't need that bauxite for a while. More limestone over there. Actually, no, I think for the bauxite we was planning on basically building a bridge across here. Because we've got bauxite here anyway. So once we got rid of that, we may as well smash our way through the mountain and create a path there. So yeah, we're not too worried about that. This does not need to be quite as wide. Let's slim it down. Okay. New cargo ship. We're down here. Quartz mine, and an enemy we could take. Let's get this placed with initial plan. Should be getting rock, we should be getting dirt. Which outputs are they going to round up on? Those two. And then we don't have uranium yet to add to this list, which is strange. But then again, we also don't have gold on this list, and we know that there's a mine for gold. plan is going to be... Hey, it's the Twitch bot, once again getting caught by the auto mod. You would think they would have learned. Let me just ban that so that it... There we go. So that it disturbs as few other streamers as possible. Let's connect that to there, that to there. You would be... Actually, let's flip these around. Put dirt in there. Rock. There. That'll allow us to belt those into here and allow us to have this assigned to both of these. This will be dirt. Keep this mostly empty. Rock. Keep this mostly empty. Quartz mine, it's coming back. Actually, let's line this building up with that. Okay, send the uranium out that one. I already know that we're going to want to run that through a crusher, although I don't know whether we need to run it through a big crusher. I think we can run it through a small crusher, just whether or not we would need to or want to. What kind of processing speed we're looking for? I suppose the goal is to get 1.5 uranium rods per second to be able to fully operate a single nuclear reactor. So we need 2 of those, 4 of those, so we need 12 yellow cake, which will require 2 settling tanks and 1 large crusher. So we need a large crusher. We're also going to end up needing it over here because we need to do something with that waste. Wastewater treatment. I think this can be pre-configured for this. Yep. We're going to be getting brine anyway. We need to be able to get access to water. Height of 11. Can I find something that is height 11? There. What I actually want is that. Flatten this area out to 11 first and foremost. And then I'll worry about how we get up and down to here. Good, they've built that. We should bring the tree cutters over. While we haven't decided whether or not we're going to be using this space yet, we should at least prepare in case we do end up using that space rather than the space on the other side of it. Okay, that should be fine. It's going to want to do a little bit of digging there. We can move this forward. Okay, that means that most of that stuff can be dumped straight there. Do I build one of these temporarily? We're a little way off from being able to actually get to this. Can we actually see the uranium? Yeah, we can see little bits of uranium here. So that the entire area is made of uranium. Just slightly under the surface. It makes me want to just dig down a little bit, strip off the top level, stockpile that temporarily, but actually build the power plant here. I think we need to go down 3 to get most of this stuff. Again, that's working on the assumption that each one of these pips means 1 meter of depth. Okay, you're doing a slightly better job keeping yourself saturated. Not by much. We do still have a problem with the amount of glass we have. Currently preventing us from making these, so we've lost a bunch of unity. They're fine. Good. These continue to make solid progress. That train line is the one we're going to need to have up and running first. What concerns me is the amount of dirt that we have to dig out here. If we actually want to go ahead with that particular plan that I said earlier. Yeah, it gives it plenty of place to dump stuff though. And the tree cutters have arrived. Yeah, we don't have any spare diggers, that's fine. Okay. Gives us the potential throughput to have 2 nuclear power plants over here eventually. Fine is coming out. We still need... Yeah, we're still going to need the water pumps. So we need that stuff dug out anyway. There's no way around that. I think I might tear up this bit once these guys are done with this slope here. Do I have any other reason to leave that there for now? We're not going to need that coal for a long time. We're not going to need that iron for a long time. In all likelihood, I'm going to use this iron first. This coal here and this coal here first. So I don't think we're going to need that big coal deposit for a while. We may end up needing the iron deposit before we need the coal deposit, particularly given the fact we're now, or the plan is to move our power over to basically entirely nuclear. No idea how long all of this will last. I'm just thinking. Always thinking. There is a nuclear oh bollocks, words. That's something that we keep forgetting to do. Keep forgetting to repair our ship. Is there a shortcut to get to blueprints, captain's office, vehicle manager, train line manager? No. I was wondering if there's a shortcut to take me to the shipyard. Oh, I didn't notice that it had received a modern day aesthetic. Wait a second. Oh right, auto repair's ticked. That's fine. Let's head around to here. Get that, and that if we can. See if it's got the fuel. Yeah, we have a world mine for uranium. Or we will have soon. Which does give us the opportunity to bring a boat in. It's going to be a long way off. I think what we'll do for that is... We're not going to... we got plenty of space over here for the boat to come in. So I think the plan will be to... There's 4. Create a pier here instead. For it. Take the top off this mountain, create a pier here, and then just belt the uranium up into wherever this ends up being. Let's bring this online. Why are you saying you serve 3? You should only really be serving 2. Actually, no. We did allocate that one. It's allocating the one that's all the way over there. Which is something we did. Let's manually... Oh, I can't manually give you fuel like I can the trains. That's a shame. Never mind. Oh, bollocks. That would not have been helping my throughput. There we go. Right. That looks like a faster output of glass. Good. Good. That circuit's all backed up. We need this to get refilled, and then the office can come online. How are we for food? Ever steady line go up, that's what I want to see. And this is an ever fluctuating line, so we're not too worried about that. Just so long as the overall isn't going down. So, do we want a quick upgrade and quick disassemble this? We need to upgrade the pipes to a degree. We'll probably also need to reconfigure it so that this one is always on and this one auto balances. I'm mostly using the coal, that's fine for the time being. Hey, fruit seeds! We've been looking for you. We have been dearly looking for you. Now, that'll allow us to... There's research I want to inject into the front of the queue. I want this now. Not in the future, I want it now. Yeah, we want it now. Everything else can wait. Stop. That one. Then solar panels. Then to nuclear. Then to glass making. Well, we found fruit. These are almost certainly vitamins, which allow us to massively reduce the amount of vegetables that we're using. It will give us a more balanced diet to everything. But what about cake? Shall we let them eat cake? We don't have access to sugar. We cannot let them eat cake. A little bit left to go. Interesting, this isn't getting any dirt put on it at the moment. We have finished flattening this area out, yeah. We could tell the digger that's here just to scoop up some of this bit here so that we can fill this back in with dirt and build trees over the top of it. Curious as to whether or not... Okay. Its previous fight must have been... We must have obliterated them. Why are they not firing? There we go. They finally hit us. Why? How did we manage to get so many shots off before they managed to actually start damaging us? So long as you're not on your way back, you are. Okay, fair enough. There's sugarcane. Good lord. Just sitting here waiting for me. Sugarcane is over here, so that's a task for later. We'll probably think about that on Thursday. We'll get sugarcane snack production, see about giving everyone treats. We'll probably do luxury goods at the same time, depending on how well things go today with the nuclear power plant. Hydrogen fuel station is out of fuel. That's fine, that's expected. I think I probably need to give this tank an extra truck. You have 2 trucks already. Are they both out and about? That one's on its way back. I suppose they're going to get mega vehicles soon. Mega vehicles, it's flat resource types that we can't move with mega vehicles. What is the fuel capacity of a mega vehicle? $180. Which I think it's 3 times? Large vehicles? 60, yeah. We're only using small tanks, so... in theory, a large... yeah, a large one would fill this to the brim. Or just... it would be 20 short. But this also has an internal fuel tank in it. So yeah, we may only need 1 of those. We'll see. Or mega vehicles are a little ways off. Okay. I would also like you to cut down some of these, but I don't think you're going to be able to do that given how we're setting up the dig-ins, so let's not worry about it. We'll let them build a path to where the rail line will be. Again, I don't know whether or not we would have a reason to bring the rail line over here. The only resource I think we need to bring over, in theory, is steel. Steel and acid. So maybe we can give it an acid train. It will go through a fair amount of acid. Can we use slag? No, we can't use slag to make that. I thought filter medium could be made with slag. Can be made with manufactured sand, but that's stone. So if we bring coal over here, we could make filter media here, but we don't make enough of it. And we already have a facility producing it at this amount. So yeah, I think we'll just let a truck deliver that. We will have some brine. Oh. Plutonium, depleted uranium, MOX fuel. Blanket fuel. How much are we making? I mean, it's not telling me that it's can be dumped only at the mining towers area with dumping filter set, or by enabling this product in the global dumping filter. And we can also dig it out of the ground. We need to store that then. Store it in a way that we can get access to it later. Oh, you're done. Good. Do I want you nibbling at the dirt then? Because at the minute no one else is currently willing to deposit any dirt over there. Nibble a little of the dirt. Actually, I need to be careful because if we get too far into this bit here, we're going to start picking up bauxite. Why does it not consider that as flattened? Because apparently there is a few small little lumps and bumps in that. Same there, it doesn't quite think it's flat for some reason. That's not in the area for dirt fill though. Actually, thinking about it, once we've moved those diggers from building the train ramps over to here, do we want to go discover the uranium mine now? There is a lot. No, the uranium mine can wait. Let's send them down to the limestone mine Unless there's something up here that we want, or a easier fight up here. No. Suppose that's an easier fight. There's some easier fights over here, and that's slightly nearer. So let's send them over to these first. Okay. Hey, this is running now. We don't quite have enough staff to fully populate it. So I'm guessing that's how much it can store. Let's see. Goods and service consumption. Expensive. Contracts and Unity costs. Board mind and rig efficiency. Unity from settlements. Contract profitability, food consumption. Recycling efficiency, crop yields. Truck capacity, research efficiency. Maintenance production bonus. Let's grab that. Okay, so it's a exponential thing. Not enough points available. Five. It says no workers. So if it doesn't have the full capacity of workers, it can't even run. Yikes. That's a problem because this is going to cost us a whole bunch of glass. Okay, what did we find here? A bauxite mine. What have we got over here? Coal mine. Rock mine? I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. There is a water well. You're not overloaded, are you? Not at the minute, no. Okay. You are allowed to be delivered to. Definitely don't want people exporting from it, but don't mind things being delivered to it. Okay. These guys are done. That's 4 and 6. Now, who has been using this? Why has somebody been bringing their cargo over to here to deliver that? Except only assigned. Except only assigned. I mean, they're set to accept only assigned, so I'm not sure how any truck could have possibly come here to dump their resources. Head scratcher. Okay. No, because this ramp isn't necessarily the same height. 16? 18, it's not. Okay, we will just have to build the track ourselves. So we go from here to here. And then that should give us a nice ramp down. And then we copy that. And we lower it down until it goes into the earth. Bring it back up, line it up, flip the direction. There we go. And then we can look to connect the two of them. Space enough to double the amount of farms we have if we need to. I don't think we're ever going to need to, but... Why is no one dumping dirt over here? Do not know. Anyway, I don't think that digger has anything else that we can really use it for. And I've been wanting to get rid of this building for a while. Although if we get rid of this building, then that's going to also allow anyone to dump whatever they want there. And specifically, we have things we want them to dump there. Hey, we have canola. So that gets us the ability to make easier biodiesel if we want to. I think canola's only real use is to make cooking oil. In fact, we can't even get rid of canola as a waste product. Yeah. There's no way to get rid of canola other than to burn it. So we would have to make sure we're making the maximum amount of cooking oil out of it, and then using the cooking oil to make, say, diesel. Convert the diesel to naphtha, convert the naphtha to refinery gas. Problem for another day. Let's not worry about it. How close are we to having fruit? We're way off. Fruit I will set up. Okay, ship is repaired. Where to now? Because this looks like it might be the bottom of this map, let's head there and see if there's anything else. Okay. Okay, that's good. They're making a start. Why not? Send all 5 diggers over here. To punch their way through this. And hopefully start flattening this out. Rectangle. don't think any vehicle can get over to here, but I also don't necessarily want the vehicles to try. Let's just clear that area out. It would have been a nice marker to remind me of what we're going to plan on doing later, but... right, because they're not keeping that empty. I'm glad that we haven't got to the point where we need this copper yet, because I think for this area here specifically, there's actually a decent amount of groundwater around here. For this area here specifically, I think I do want to use one of these. So, dirt, rock, coal, iron, wrong one, try again, iron, copper. Is there anything else they could accidentally scoop up? No. Probably put this thing here, which is why I want to flatten out this area as well, but we want the rail line in first. Your outputs are on that side. Inputs on this side. That I don't mind. They are not straight. We could actually give 2 lines to everything. We do want trucks to be able to get to this though, if we end up doing it this way. And I don't know whether or not... I don't know how close they need to be to get to it, to dump into it. Actually, it will complain if we do it that way. You know, given the size and the output capacity of this thing, I think we would probably end up just doing that and then just say that this rejects single product loads, and instead they put the single product loads straight into these. Ah, no, but if we're going to do that, we do need... for these ones it doesn't matter because the resources will get belted out and into trains, but for these ones we do still need to do it this way. Because we do want vehicles to retrieve from here. And the question becomes whether or not vehicles can get to this. If it's like this. Interesting. And how have you managed that again? The station is clearly full. I think the devs need to tweak that. This train should be counted as still at the station so long as it's within the station's boundary. Because what's happened is this thing has ended up waiting here for a train to come along. Or yeah, it's been waiting here for the station to be empty. Okay, I need you... Okay, the easiest way to fix this is if I pause that train. You need to pause this train. You need to get the fuck out of the way. Pause that train. Unpause that train. Are you sure you can sit behind it without causing a problem? Okay, that train is now going to leave. Now we can unpause this train. Now it's on this section here that will stop them from even emptying it. They shouldn't leave the previous station until the station they're going to is free. You're not paused anymore. Unknown. You shouldn't be trying to go to there. Station 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I don't know why it ended up focusing down on here when that wasn't the station that it was trying to get to. Better. Stop. Now, is there a way that I can manage this better? Now, why do you not like that? It'd be great if you could tell me what problem you have with setting that. Is it because this train is currently on its way to there? We pause that, yes, okay. Okay, that bit's fine. You are allowed to leave. What we don't want to do is have these two sections connected, because we want trains to be able to get to both of those. Let's see if that stops that from happening again. Apparently this section here isn't long enough for that to park in. Okay, how long ago did that happen? How much coal do we have as our resource trackers? Okay, it's fine. We caught it fairly soon after it happened. Glass production has stopped. Okay, we don't actually need the additional maintenance production at the moment. Reduction in consumer goods is nice because these are expensive. And in fact, we're better off increasing crop yields than we are reducing food consumption as well. We have access to fruits. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I suppose that's crops rather than also including what's it called? Chickens. So we don't get much of a boost with these, but it's a linear it's a linear boost. The cost isn't quite exponential. Cost of one of these is 50, whereas the cost of 10 is a 950. Which means that the cost for 9 to 10 is still less than 100. Well, it may be 100 actually, but it's the sum total is less than double what it would be if it was just 50 times 10. That's more exponential. It's more just a almost linear boost. And we can upgrade this, yes, to Office 2. Let's give truck capacities a slight increase. Food reduction a little bit as well. How much maintenance take? Just 3. Okay. Oh, we lost that fight. That should have been an even fight. So can we not take on anything that is 470? We're 480. Oh, let's grab anything that's 400 then. There's a couple of them. Yeah, that doesn't connect to anything else. Right, fruit. I believe we should just be able to pull clean off. What we need, however, is to grow it. Can we just feed you in? We can. Can we just set you to fruit? Why is fruit a flat good? God damn it! Fruit is not a loose good. It's a flat good, which means we need to build another one of these. I feel fruit should be a loose good. Well, that being the case, then all of these are basically useless because nothing else, or none of the other foods that are going to go into there, except maybe sugar. We don't know whether or not sugar will go straight into there. But yeah, none of the other foods are going to be loose. So we're just going to have to make another one of those. Given the fact we can't really feed one of these two different flat goods. At least not in a way that would make sense. That does mean that this is going to come out on a flat belt. So that makes rooting, in theory, a little bit less tricky. Okay. Yep. He's coming back. Just some significant fights over there is all. The overflow line. Okay. Yeah, trucks are going to struggle to get to it, any of this. We'll see how much we need to tweak our fruit production. We also need to come to here and make sure fruit is on that. Copy, paste, paste, and paste. Let's upgrade this belt as well. It allows us to more easily see when things are starting to overflow. Okay. We need to also add apples. Not apples, fruit. To our pins. Let's put it there. I think that's right from the point of view of nutrition. It's not the same order. Let's put them in the same order. There we go. Demand is 24. Hoping demand will go down. We are. At the very least, once things have caught up. They're still not filling this in with dirt. They are making solid progress getting through that. That being the case, I should probably bring this online. Although, am I going to be able to assign this filter even before I have the technology to do anything with it? Because that might just grind all of this to a halt if I can't. Right, we have access to solar panels. How big are these? Oh, they're pretty small. How much maintenance do they take? Relatively small amount. Yes, and they're not going to make consistent amounts of power anyway. And I want to have one factory, just very, very slowly, outputting the panels. So glass, poly, and steel. Okay, poly is there. That's steel. This is glass. That's not going to upgrade to anything, so I don't mind putting it here. I would kind of prefer this to all be overflow material that goes into this. Excess rather than anything else. Okay, that needs space here. Steel would be easy enough to filter. Glass is going to be a little bit more of a pain. If we break this section... Break this section here. No. Yeah, break this section here. Allow glass to go this way and then take... or set the priority for glass to go this way, and then any excess can come under and around. So let's start with that. Steel is here. The poly is there. That's what I was trying to get you to do. There we go. Now the slow, very, very slow trickle construction of solar cells can commence. I'm not going to even start it yet, though, for the main reason being that I want the these materials in here, and we still have a problem with glass production. Even with 3 trains of or 3 trains delivering glass, we're barely making enough of it. It's not that this thing can't keep up, it's that we can't keep up with the sand. Acid production is getting low. I've used probably Unity to build more. I've probably used Unity to build more than I've let my vehicles build for me. Okay, we need to make a decision now. Do we do this? It looks like we're going to be doing this. Fair enough. Why you have no fuel? Fuel station is empty. Why is the fuel station empty? The fuel station is probably empty for the same reason it always empties out. The station is not respecting this. I said I was going to report it as a bug, I never got around to it. So you know what we're going to do? Yes, you can. Give it a second. We are still going through a tremendous amount of coal. Okay, good. That wall did hold up. I wasn't sure whether it would do, but it has done. That's running as fast as that can go. I shouldn't have had to manually refill that. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Okay, we don't need you on for now. Boat is back. Let's send it to the last one we know we can deal with. And speed things up. Okay, that's all fine. They have uranium. So what am I supposed to do with it? There we go. We can now tell you just to dump it in here. We don't want it output of that slot. We want it out there. So it becomes dumpable the second we mine it, rather than when we get the technology. How radioactive is the ore? It isn't. Okay. So we don't need to worry about the storage of the ore creating pollution effectively. Have we given ourselves enough room there to... We could feed it with a thermal desalinator. We'd need to kick the system off, though. So we need a thermal desalinator here. What else? It's going to get us the brine we need. We could use the brine to make additional chlorine or salt, or we could just dump it. We should feed it into a container first. How easily can I square this off? No, diggers, stop coming. Stop coming, diggers. Okay, that digger can go there, but no, we don't want you digging this bit out. Just because it'll allow us to use one of the standard smaller desalinators. Sorry, seawater pumps. And if we allow them to build this bit, I can figure out how I want to smooth out these two bits. I may just leave it as it is. Okay, that does look like it's getting all of the small amount of uranium that's here. That being the case, continue with your excellent work. Make me a large buildable space here that maybe the power plant can go in. And we'll see how long it takes us to fill up this. It doesn't matter so much if this stays out here for now. If I can get enough space here before we fill this up to be able to build the nuclear power stuff, then we can put the nuclear power stuff at this end of all of this, and then eventually we can move the actual ore processing to here. And there's a uranium mine. We'll not bother about repairing any of them for the time being. Let's have a look at something else. Right, let's bring the speed down while we actually still have some fruit left. That has halved our demand for vegetables. It's interesting, each new food type you add actually reduces the overall food requirement. The overall comes down. It doesn't just like this takes it out of existence, it brings the entire overall down. Because we see that here. Actually no, I think that's when I enabled an edict. There was somewhere else where it was visible this happened. I think it was probably around about the time when we got meat. It seemed to go down. Anyway, we need more fruit. We are only making 8 and we need 9. And we've halved the amount we need for vegetables, so let's put fruit in here and then we can let it go grass, and then we can remove one of these from making vegetables. Let's have this one make fruit as well. Okay, needs greenhouse. Let's pin this for a second. 8, 5, 3. Six, 5, 7, 6. Okay, that's all fine. Bread we need 4. (16 to 16), 16 to 24. In reality, we only really need 1 cornfield then. Oh no, we're only getting 5, so 10 total. Still, that's more than double than what we need. So yeah, we can pull corn out of the equation if we wanted to. Soybeans 2.5. Making effectively 75 of them. Oh no, close to 10 of them. We're using the entire lot to make 12. We're consuming 3. So yeah, we could halve the number of soybeans we're making. Replace it with sugar when we get it. Okay, we're okay on our meat demands for the time being. We are not currently backing up on glass. I'll upgrade the next housing building the second that glass is backed up to here. Okay, let's remove the recipes from these. And get them built, because we're going to need them soon. There is still a little bit more in the ground directly underneath this. We haven't quite dug down far enough. We need to be at 14, I think, to ensure we're getting everything. Yeah, it crushes 1-to-1. There's no reason not to crush it. Even if we do end up having enough space over here to move things over. But let's... One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, they do have this area over here that they can start dumping in once they're done with that over there. I assume the tree cutters... yeah, they're over here now. We may need the extra space here before then, though, so let's move them over. Okay, that's fine. They shouldn't do. Numbers on that look fine as well for the time being. They're not backing up. Just need to check these things occasionally. Okay, glass is starting to now back up. Let's increase the population further. That is not the button that I wanted to do. That one. Okay. Still got some copper, so I don't need to do anything with that just yet. I'll let them dig out the bit they're trying to dig out. Although I think I will also grab that little corner there. There's a little bit in the mountain there. Technically there's a bit in the mountain there, but I'm not going to try and grab that bit. Okay, that's all good. This we can't mine. If we mine that, we will knock this down. I may need to get something to... Can anything get around there? To temporarily fill in at like that level here. Probably a bit higher than that. So that I can build another retaining wall, but no, we're just going to have to acknowledge that we may not be able to get all of this. So yeah, our limit is 1 away from the edge. So we can't grab that, but we can grab those. Large crusher has no recipe selected. We know. This is fine. We don't have the research for it. There we go. That's looking better. Looks like we're getting all of the uranium. But we are very rapidly filling this. There's no reason not to unpause that. And once that's full, then we can dig no more. I wish I knew how big these buildings are going to be. We need the settling tanks first. 2 of them for a single crusher. So 4 of them total for the throughput that we're planning for absolute maximum. And then we're going to need 4 enrichment plants. An assembler. And then a nuclear reactor. And then water. Lots and lots of water. What is 75% of 288? 288 divided by 0.75. Multiply by 0.75. Go the right way around, Nathan. $216. So the thing we're actually interested in is we need 75 water from another source. We need 75 each loop, so we need 75 in return. A desalinator will do it. So to run 2 of them, we need 2 desalinators. That'll require 2 offshore pumps. It's going to require us to be able to dump 1 lot back into the ocean. So we want 2 of these. I don't think... Oh, we do get some water back out from this. Wait, but do we need water to actually make that? Not strictly speaking, the water we're getting is from the production of the acid. So really, we're just going to be dumping the slag. Okay, pause for a second. Cost to upgrade requires some amount of these. Let's boost them. Let's also stop the belts. Can the vehicles get to there? The vehicles can get to there to pick up the stuff from it. Pause that belt before it may have been too late. We'll see. One has made it into here. Can we get it back? I toggle the direction, unpause it ever so briefly. That is not the kind of thing that we want out of there. We want the other one. We want to get that lab equipment out first. Okay. Let's do this so that we can build a larger storage. Okay, they've already delivered all of that stuff. I don't have it up and running yet, if you mean my nuclear power plant. It's what we're working on next. We're trying to get research for up. For the time being, this is my power plant. For all intents and purposes. couple of coal boilers, which are doing most of the heavy lifting at the minute. This is connected to the fuel gas that's being powered from the farm. And then these are just excess burners if we need some extra steam. That should, in theory, favour pulling the fuel gas from the refinery. My nuclear power plant is a work in progress. We don't actually have the technology yet. The plan is going to be, I'm going to have seawater pumps here to 2 desalinators. We're scaling everything so that we can power up 2 nuclear power plants, although we're not planning on building them initially. We're just planning on building the infrastructure for it. So yeah, 2 seawater pumps to 2 desalinators. This is the ore sorting. Ore crushers here. The plan is going to be, although it'll depend upon when research is done, I want to have most of the actual power plant in this section here, but I need to clear out the uranium that's here in order to do it. I don't have to clear it out, but it's a waste of resources if I don't try to clear it out, and then eventually we'll move this up here. That is the outline of the plan. Okay, and the vehicles can't actually get to it. That's a pain. Is there a way I can fix that without piping this stuff into... No, I think I'm just going to have to pipe it in. Ah, balls. Pause these for a second. That doesn't want to be on that belt, but I can't reverse that belt yet. Okay, reverse it, get that off it. Pause. That belt doesn't need to exist anymore. Unpause these. How did that still have a yellow one on it? It is a shame I can't build this way, but what I can probably do is give this a temporary storage that they can use to build from. Just block the road, it'll be fine. How many do we need? 48.96. Okay. Right, I'll get that up and running. What are you telling me about? I think you're still complaining about the previous order you had. Current research is to advance, we know. Yep, that's all fine. Yeah, we're going to run out of storage for uranium ore before we get to the point that we can build in that area. Copper mine is caught up. There is copper there, there's copper there, there's a little bit of copper there. How much spare copper do we actually have in the hopper? None. then it is time we dig down again. Now, why did you build a ramp there? Not what we wanted. There we go. That'll do. And in fact, if we're going to do that, then let's do... Just tell them to mine this flat. There we go. Okay, we actually caught it as it ran out, which is good. Okay, it's one of them built. Oh, and the other one's already built, so we need to... Wish I could rotate this building, just disassemble it. Now trucks to deliver directly to here. Pause that. Yeah, trucks can get to that from the other side. Probably does mean that we've got a bunch of yeah, lab equipment over here that we've got nothing we can really do with. Don't think that's actually true. I think we have... It's a contract. It's a contract for lab equipment. Okay. How much research do you now make? 27. So it has doubled, I think. Shame research is not something that I can pull up a graph of. No. Although that might be generating too much scrap. Oh wait, interesting. I should have seen that. We don't need both of these anymore. We're not producing enough science for them. One is enough. Out of curiosity, we borrow that. Yeah, it's double the consumption, but we are getting slightly more out of it. Which does mean we're going to need to upgrade these later, but I suppose they're not too far away. Robotic assembly. And we can double our consumption again. Right. Have they successfully delivered all of that there? They have. Okay. Right, how long is it going to take us to get nuclear reactors then? A while, by the looks of it. Unless we double all of the research production. Okay, glass is backed up to there, so let's get the last one of these upgraded. Let's check our food consumption. That is not the tool I wanted. That's the main thing we're worried about. That's going to be our best bet for making these food packs. Who wants food packs? Get oil, ammonia. Oil and ammonia for food packs, that's not great. There's nothing really there that's useful. Any quick trades for food packs? No. That's a tad irritating. Okay, given we've got some time on our hands, let's see how much to repair this. Let's start repairs of that. Let's go to the nearest trading settlement. Is there any reason to do this? More trade offers. You don't have contracts though. You can't have a reputation increase. I really should look at the specifics of that. Whether it's worth increasing reputation once everything or all the trade offers it lists are available. Because sure, I could adopt additional population, but my population will grow to that point by the time that I need it. This one will be a nice, easy one for us to check with, actually. So, let's donate those materials. And then we'll see whether or not it gives us additional trade offers, or if everything we see is there and therefore we just wasted a bunch of resources. Load ship for that. Don't worry about the damaged cargo ship for the time being. We're not even using the 3 we have. I just queued it up because it's something to consume resources. Yep, that's now full, so this is almost full as well. I could build another big container. Knowing that I'm going to have to remove it later. They're not that expensive. But if we do, how much of this are we actually going to get? We filled that with this section here. Yeah. Without knowing how big the buildings are, we might be able to get the rest of that area, but I doubt we'll be able to fit a power plant in there at the moment. So we're just going to have to work on the assumption that we're tearing the power plant down in the future. Okay, that's fine. Well, if they can't output to there anymore, or they're going to fill that up, let's find something else useful for them to do before they dig too far that way. We do need more stone down there. I suppose we can just get them to cut out or carve out some more of this mountain for now. Because we are going to need this area down here. Good. Okay, that's fine. How fast can this convert? 600 in to 600 out. Might want to have one of these involved. We do know that we're going to need all of that to max out the power from a nuclear reactor. And in theory, we're going to want 2 lots of it. Question is, how do we want to route all of these together? We want 2 long lines, or I think we go with 3. And again, we can just build the bits that we want as we're going. Are these correctly spaced apart? I don't know. So start with that line. And then build this while we get, or when we start needing the second reactor. Any worth having some any point having some flywheels in this? I mean, once we've started clearing out some proper space in here, we'll easily get that in there. Just confirm my math. 48 by 6 is 280, which is how much a basic nuclear reactor will produce. What about the other nuclear reactors, actually? We should give some... I didn't want to cancel the research, damn you. Apparently right-clicking cancels all research. Not what we wanted. Enriched uranium. Even more enriched uranium. It's reprocessed uranium. Spent fuel, molten glass, acid, reprocessed plutonium. Can we do anything with plutonium at the minute? No, I don't think so. Or at least as part of that. Oh, it is used in mocks. I missed that, yeah, okay. Mox does indeed generate even more steam. But it's going to be a while until we get to that. Oh, I didn't realize how close to space stations or rocket assemblies and things we were. I thought they were more over here. But no, we get them here. Supercritical steam is... Well, superheated steam is a bit too far away, though. Do we even have anything that can generate this? Or that will be able to generate this? The fast breeder reactor generates it. So this will have to do for now. Scaling up to 2, or potentially having 2 of them, may just be straight up overkill, I don't know. We shall find out soon enough. Okay, what to do in the meantime? Glassmaker is keeping up for the time being. Still have a problem feeding this with sand. I'm kind of planning on ripping this entire factory down. Once I get this and then arc furnaces and maybe CO2 recycling, I may just rip the entire factory down. Let's queue up sugarcane after glass. Very sure sugar's only used in creating other things. Did we ever get to the point where we're making solar panels? Oh, we are very, very slowly making solar panels. In fact, we have filled that. That being the case, let's very, very slowly build solar panels as well. Okay, good. They've got that area up there sorted. Still got this big bit in the middle, but getting the train line laid down is more important. We're not quite dire on our copper usage, so we just need to keep an eye on when this is finished digging, and then we can finish that off. Okay, that's caught back up. They're full, that's full. Let's just get some speed going, because we are now at a point where we are waiting for the research to finish. In fact, we're close enough. Let me bring the speed back down for a second. We are close enough to our 5 o'clock break that I think I'll just take my 5 o'clock break early. But we'll leave it at 2 times speed while I'm having my break. And hopefully nuclear reactors will be done by then. Let's just do one quick check to make sure that everything that needs designations to keep the factory running has designations to keep the factory running. This does not. Are you going to pick up copper here? No, not yet. Shouldn't be concerned just yet. Okay, so copper, iron, limestone, sand, coal. Oh, they've started flattening this out. Why have they missed that bit? Very strange bit for it to miss. Maybe I didn't have it allocated to fill properly. Okay. Ramp down is fine. All of this is fine. We need that filled in for the train line, but I think I am going to need to build a second container. If for no other reason that it'll let us get the extra dirt we need to flatten this out. Six wide is how long we've made most of our passageways. Okay, yeah, let's... For a short term, let's give it an additional container. Okay, yep, so I will take my break and be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. We'll leave the game at 2 times speed. Wrong buttons, let's try again. Yep, and hopefully we'll have nuclear reactors or be close to having nuclear reactors by that point, and I'll manage any important things that come up in the meantime. Speaking of... Don't you dare tell me that something could collapse due to a retaining wall and then have that message disappear. Okay. The corner bit fell. So long as the rest of it survives, I don't mind. The rest of it should survive. Anyway, yes, let's put the camera back over here. So yeah, I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. So I'll see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Which mining tower? Oh, you're done. Good. Start working on this lot. What else? Okay. We're probably going to lose them. We've already lost some of it. Let's make some adjustments. That means that we've probably got the wall too close. And I may have to move it. In the case, I'm also going to need to remove some designations. Let's just remove all of these. We don't need them for the time being. Let's remove the mining designation from this. If I destroy them, we lose the dirt. I think we can basically still recover this. We need to... go 13, go up. Right. Pause. If I tell that to be there, can I then tell that to be there? There we go. That's what I wanted. That's flat. I want that to not be in the designation area for this. Or maybe I do, but I want it to be explicitly stone for this particular level. Yeah, let's change the designated area. To this. And then we'll change the things that can be dumped to explicitly rock. That'll allow us to fix that gap there. Where are tree harvesters? Oh, you've been making good progress, but unfortunately I need you over the tree farm. That does explain why we ran out of wood, though, while I was on break. I don't think I need to move this part of the retaining wall, just this bit. Use that as a reference point. Because we need to fix the, or fix this hole so that we can reflatten this and then move that. Because if I remove the retaining wall that's there, the rest of the dirt is going to fall down. I'm not going to be able to move the retaining wall. Rubber is a little on the low side. Are we out of sulfur? We can't be. Maybe it's just a production issue. I also didn't notice that you were struggling to maintain your maintenance for a short period of time, but seems like you're okay. If I had to guess, it's a glass problem, and if it's a glass problem, it's probably a sand problem. We have 3 trains delivering to there, and they just can't keep up because they're mixed load trains. We need the next tier of glass building. That's all very well and good, but we still need something to want to come over there to deliver it. Let me... Okay, they've done that bit. If I remove that bit, that will force you to here, because it's the next nearest location. Ah, you swines. Of course you've gone straight for that instead. I forgot about that. I'm trying to make that dirt so we can plant trees on it. Why didn't you go here? Why'd you rush over there? There's a perfectly valid place here for you to place. I know you're allowed to drop in those areas. Okay, so that's just how that's going to work. Okay, sun is coming around. Need to close the curtains in a second. Right. We could actually upgrade our office building, but we won't do. Not on yet. You should absolutely be allowed to dump in an area allocated for this. Why is that changed? There's no reason they shouldn't be allowed to dump in this area so long as they have a valid cargo load. Because that's how you would assign a dump for waste or things. I don't know why they're behaving that way. That is not helpful. And why are you digging? I thought I allocated this explicitly just to be... flatten this out. Or drop dirty. I don't... Oh, there's been some kind of cave-in. Oh, because they've been dropping dirt over the top. Okay, that'll do things at least. Did I claim back? Yes, I think there was 5 there previously. At the very least, this will do the job, because there is now stone over them there for them to pick up and drop down here. Can't remove this bit because it is still retaining it. Can't really replace that corner piece. suppose I've got to have another corner piece there is the way that this would work. And that still leaves a gap. Is there any way to do that without it potentially going to spill the resources? Okay, and that's full of uranium again. Did they get out that far? No. I can't at the minute. That's not going to help because they still need somewhere to put the amount of or the uranium that they have. We should be able to get rid of some of it. Soon enough. Oh, that's actually emptied your buckets. Problem is that all of these are full of stuff that they can't get rid of at the moment. And of course you've started by digging the dirt rather than the rock. How can I force something to actually dump the rock here? It literally went past this one here. It had a load, it could have dropped here. It went past it to drop it here. I wonder if that's because it's within the designation of this. And that's why they're ignoring it. Because it's in the tree planter's designation, it's not allowed to drop the dirt or stone there. That'd be pretty weird, but I wouldn't put it past it. I don't think it's in any other designations at the minute. No. It's in this one's designation, but it didn't stop them from dropping stone over here. Not sure how I'm going to fix that. I'll probably worry about it between episodes. Yeah, gonna need to be able to process this before we can do anything else. Push it down. Digger got it all. But it didn't drop the stone where I told it to fucking drop the stone. Why will nobody drop the stone here? Do I have to literally cancel every other place that you can drop stuff to force you to just drop stone there? Okay, let's be hyper specific about this. You are only allowed to drop stone globally. We don't want any more drop in here. We don't want anything else dropped here. We don't want anything else dropped here. And I'm going to give you one place to put these rocks. And you're going to fucking drop them there. That is now your only location to drop any kind of materials, I think. All I need is one load of stone dropped here. Maybe two. Now, where are you taking your stone? I think you're still allocated, yeah, to go all the way over here. They've gone straight the way past it. Why do they refuse to... Is it because it's too far down? If I was to... do that, now will you attempt to drop it there? Why is that 16 and that 15? That doesn't make sense. Actually, no, it does, because that's a digging area. It would never have stopped them before. I've dumped off the edge of cliffs before, so why they're refusing to drop anything there, it's really fucking confusing me. In theory, they have nowhere else that they can drop resources. They can't reach this. Oh, they're still trying to get that bit there. Finally! You've collapsed the wall, though. That's not doing any good anymore. Okay, let's see if we can repair this. No one has anywhere to drop any dirt. We just want the stone dropped here. Oh, we wanted the stone dropped here to try and save the wall. But since the wall's collapsed, there's a little point now, is there? So, okay, fine. We'll just have to rebuild the wall. This is still in the area for this, yes, okay. Specifically, you are only allowed to dump dirt and compost here. Globally, you're allowed to drop rock, slag, dirt, compost. And you are re-digging out that. Okay. We are filling in this area here. Just so that we have a nice line for the train. And then this area here. And then we will reconnect our long bridge over to the other side of the island. Because it's either go through the cliff or go around it. We decided to go around it. Okay. Let's bring the speed down while I figure out how I'm going to do this without losing the wall. The bit I'm not sure about is how we square this up, because there's a gap there. Okay. Oh, is that actually... I think that's actually half too far away. Yeah. I think I want it there. Actually, no, we do have to go down a bit more. So I think for safety's sake, that's where we want the wall. Actually, why did I put... oh, we wanted. That's what we're after. Okay, now we can build that bit. I am worried that we're going to get some leakage through here, but I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem in the grand scheme of things. In fact, I don't think we need it. Let's cancel those bits. That's what we're effectively aiming for. So this is technically a bit too far away, I think. 1, 2, 1, 2, this goes here. We've already lost some of the wall here, we're just going to have to make it as close to the edge as we can. We could try and fill in the gap, but there we go. We're going to lose this bit of the wall one way or another. Let's quick build this bit. And then I'll manually tear down this bit. Okay. Let's just confirm. Yep. We tear down that bit. Do we get a leakage through here? We do. It's not going to be anything we can do about that. We're just going to have to hope that it doesn't tear down the rest of the wall. It should hopefully protect some of this. When we start digging that out, that might be a problem. Okay, I think we have some spare room to play with, so let's just move this retaining wall back one. Okay, how much of the cliff are we going to lose? None of it. Okay, good. That works. We can get that in there, then we can do this, and then this. Unpause that. Quick build all of this. Disassemble that bit. Quick disassemble all of that bit. Okay. Sorry, diggers, I just made you a whole bunch of extra work. That will hopefully protect the forest. Not that we've yet had a need for this area here. Okay. Right, any other problems need whacking before the research completes and I'm going to get completely distracted for a bit? Not that I can see. We do still have a problem that this does not get enough sand. Why is that empty? That is empty because this wasn't running. And it only waits here for a limited amount of time. I wonder if I actually need to give this another digger. Large tree harvesters struggling to find destination it can reach. Where are you? Oh, we accidentally stuck you on the other side. That's done digging. Oh. We accidentally expanded that to include the area where the coal is, so it had gone down there. Huh? You guys are allowed to deliver here? It's not rejecting single loads. It's not accepting only assigned. There is no reason you should not be able to drop your cargo into either of these. How long have these been stuck? I wonder. No, I don't think they can, because I don't think they can get underneath those. I was wondering whether or not I could get the vehicles to deliver the sand straight to here. But I don't think that's possible. I might be able to do something else, though. If I put this here... I don't know why they're broken. And then just connect this into here. Well, they've disappeared, which means they're probably... Why? They had a perfectly valid cargo that they could have dropped into here, but they just wouldn't. I imagine we've also still got a whole bunch of sand in here. Not that much. We're mostly overloaded with electronics 3. We better give them a place to store that temporarily. Okay. Okay. We then cancel the import. That'll let them deliver the sand they already have. Good work. Get the next section, please. Oh, excellent. Bring the speed down. We have access to the stuff that we were planning to do today. Took longer to get the research done, but never mind. So... Okay, let's get buildings down. Not necessarily where they're going to go, but let's get them down. Two to 6. I'll have a 1 to 2, 2 to 4, so 8. Not all to be built at the same time, but we may as well plan for. In fact, we're likely just going to go 1 to 2 temporarily, while we get through some of this and get some space in here to actually build it proper. Although that entire procedure is going to take a while, but that'll be the plan. Okay, then into 2 assemblers. There backwards, making us rods. Okay, decent sized building. Want 2 of them. Eventually, we'll plan for 2 of them. 400 construction materials apiece. And then radioactive waste storage. $2,400 spent fuel. And then depleted uranium, we need a store for that as well. Kind of want to store it in world, but I don't know how much a single cube of material actually is. I create a retaining wall and then a stacker kind of affair. Actually, it doesn't want to be underground, it wants to be as high up as we can make it. That sort of affair. But yeah, I don't know how much that will store. I mean, how much storage for loose stuff is that? I mean, I imagine with this kind of this kind of space, we probably don't need the retaining walls. It's barely going to reach it before it reaches the top of that, but I don't know. But yeah, how much does that store versus just one of those? I need to look this up. To DuckDuckGo, Captain of Industry. How many units in a single block of dirt? How many units of material per square? That is the question that I'm asking. Then there are numbers in the wikis, but it says versions of it, I don't know if it's changed. TLDR, most materials need 2.75 units to fill a 1 by 1 by 1 square, but coal needs more, dirt needs less. That would mean I'd be just over half. It's often different because material spills on the next tile. So material spread, this is 2 years ago. Has this been updated? Units per grid squared. No, it's roughly the same. 2 units per grid square. Density relative. But yeah, that's since version 0.49. I mean, I'm tempted to do this just to see, and then probably move it into a container later. For the depleted uranium. We're going to need to, or potentially going to need to store a lot of it if we want to keep as much of it as possible for when we get the next tier. Potentially an obscene amount of it. I don't know. Does the stacker move at all? I assume not. Dump offset -2. Configures the offset to the maximum height of the dumped pile relative to the top of the stacker. Alright. Dump right up to the top of the stacker. But wait, what is it considering a square? Is it considering each of those tiles a square or our designation a square? Because that changes things fundamentally. Because that would mean a designation is worth 16 times the same amount. We will run an experiment, is what we will do. We will fill one of these. And then we will belt it into this to see how big a pile it makes. That will be the plan. Okay, we can set this running. There's no reason not to. That will give them the opportunity to dump what's left. Okay. So we are missing a thing at the moment. We need another settling tank for the hydrogen fluoride. We make 12, we use 1, so we need 1 to feed all 8. Although we do need this for something else. We've got to bring the acid over here anyway. There's no way around that. So if we're bringing the acid over here, we may as well make some fluorine, hydrogen fluoride over here. If it's not a settling tank, then what was it? Why did I see 2 settling tanks recipes? That is a settling tank recipe. Am I blind? I think I'm blind, I just didn't see it. I thought I only listed one thing. And then that needs rocks. Just straight up rocks. Just straight up rocks. Okay, so this is all the buildings we would need if we were going to make this the full size for what our plan was. Okay, good. They've sorted out this bit. Could go further out, but there's no real need. We need... Where is it? Should be able to use just one of these. We need 2 of them in the long run. We're going to need 1 fluid dump. This stuff will always go here, so I'm not too worried about that. To get rid of excess brine. Gonna need to bring a pipe with steam out here. Single tier 2 pipe should be sufficient. Connect these up. I don't know whether or not I'm going to be able to take it up that cliff face. I would like to just take it up the cliff face, but we'll see whether or not we can do it. It will go. I'll take that. Works for me. Okay, do we want the brine tank up there or the brine tank down here? Let's have the brine tank. I'm not going to deliver it anywhere else, really. think. I am going to want an underground pipe. 3 of. Okay, good. We should only need 1 of these. Output in brine. Actually, no. In the worst case scenario, we may actually need 2 of them. Which means we need to trim that bit so that we can put that there. Good. Good. Okay. Okay. If I wanted to build a condensed version while we dig all of this out, let's say we're just going to run 1 of these. So run the entire thing at a 1/6 of its capacity. I don't know why I cut from there rather than copied. And we can bury the pipe under here. Let's make sure this is all dig allocations so that... I want you to be flat. Stop trying to be clever. We're not going to use that, but we'll leave it there to remember that we are planning for that allocation. Connect straight into there. Connects into there. Waste products this way. It's going to be 100. I think I need 2 of these in the long run. Yeah, one of them supplies 3 of those. Exactly. So it looks like this thing is, or all of this will scale or scale perfectly when you have 3 of them. 3 lots. So we should bear that in mind. Although setting this up this way won't scale properly for 3 lots, but no biggie. Okay. Produces that and that. That produces that. Suppose this is the big expensive thing. How are you filled up with rock? What are these guys too busy doing? Well, at least they're getting the dirt filled in this area here. I mean, there's no problem it just having an allocation that overlaps with the farm. So yeah, what are all the trucks busy doing? Where are you all? How many do we have just driving around? $53. Hasn't quite finished. Oh, emptied out its sand. At the very least, this is now full of sand. Thank God for that. And we are stockpiling glass. Happy days. Hydrogen fuel is out at the fuel station. Okay, we need another truck allocated to this. Good, they've made some minor progress there. Are they all just working on the dirt? I guess we need to make some more. food all right still? Yep. Full of sand. New retaining wall in place, which will hopefully do the job. Low on chlorine. Where's the settling tank? Chlorine is something weird to be low on. Not enough brine. That would imply that this isn't generating enough power. Now, how are you not getting a constant supply of seawater? Oh, that's why. That might help things. Assume that water tank is still fine. Yep. What about you? That water tank's still fine as well. It's going to take a fair amount until we need to make additional farms, given the fact we haven't even upgraded 2 of these. And we actually didn't reallocate this. That's why everything is taking so much longer. Because they don't have a nearer place to drop their stuff. Okay, good, good. Now, it was cleaning, wasn't it? This thing that needed the brine. There's no harm also using some of the excess brine to make chlorine up here, even if we're not using it, just so that we have a second supply. We can give it a lower priority. So we may as well include an electrolyzer in this setup. Just thinking... we've dug these trenches, but in reality... what I think I want is... the brine tank, and then we'll have a chlorine tank as well. To be up here. Give this a lower priority. Where's this come under? Water, isn't it? Electrolyzer. I do want them to have access to the tank, but the tank is also going to be our overflow. Or the tank is going to be storage for them. Actually, I don't think there's any need to be moving the brine around, is there? We're going to need some for bauxite processing. But even then, I don't really want trucks driving it around. I'd much rather just make it nearby. Yeah, so I'm not too worried about that. We can tell trucks not to interact with this one. Okay. I don't think I'm going to want a big digger to get down here, so... I'll bring it up to 5 so that other trucks and things can get around it. Might not be able to connect this straight in. It is a work in progress. We're working on it at the minute. More or less. This is water and desalination. It's not going here. This is just me figuring out how many or everything I want. Nuclear power plant is going to go in here, but we need to dig out the nuclear fuel first. So I need to create a smaller version of it here, and then all of this stuff will go in there. But I am planning for that fact by the building this here, because the idea will be that the water's coming from here, it'll go under, and likewise, in fact, what do you give out? Water. Okay, yeah, so we don't need a water feedback. We need to bring steam back, and we need to get brine over there as well in the long term. Okay, we've allocated that one. And that'll go underground. And we have a steam pipe coming back this way. No, we do actually want it level 3. There we go. Steam to the desalinators. Random chlorine for other trucks to pick up if they want it. My biggest concern is just how big these things are. If I'm burning one temporarily, it feels like a waste. Yeah, early on things can definitely be a problem if you don't keep up with important resources. The other thing being diesel. I'm in a fairly comfortable place at the minute. So long as I keep an eye on all my mines, nothing is going to grind the entire factory to a halt that I can't recover from. And we have already prepped the next locations for mining. Can I store this lot somewhere else temporarily? Four of those, to 8 of those, to 2 of these. 1 of these serves a lot of it. Well, we have 2 of them. We need 1 of those. Don't know how long that's going to last. So, well, that doesn't matter. That needs to go somewhere. I'm a fair bit beyond a 5-hour point, but I'm actually not using diesel anymore. This is my distillery. But what you want to do early on is you need to try and find the oil well and try and find a cargo ship. Get them both up and running as fast as you can, and then you'll be fine for oil for a decent amount of time. But yeah, this is actually, I'm no longer using diesel for anything other than emergency power, and there's one other thing running on diesel. What is it? My main ship, the battleship. Because I am converting everything to fuel gas, and then any excess that we need for hydrogen, I've converted to hydrogen, so everything is running off hydrogen. But the fuel gas is more efficient to burn in boilers than hydrogen is, which is where our main power is coming from after our coal. Let's have a quick look since we're over here. Okay, you've got decent amounts to dig through, you've got decent amounts to dig through. You're getting there, but I need you to finish that bit first. And you've about finished your allocation, so let's allocate the next area. Okay, there's loads of coal in that part of the mountain. May as well keep digging that way then. Okay, I see coal there. Should be able to grab that little bit there as well. Okay. I do want to use that in the final setup. I don't so much want to use, or don't as much want to use it now. Okay. While it is a temporary setup, we may as well configure it with at least enough to consume the entire output of this. We can always add more later if we need to. Let's give ourselves a bit more room. Okay. That needs to be processed. That is going to give us slag as an output as well, though, isn't it? Input is that side, slag output is there, water output is there. One second, I need to close curtains. No worries. Yeah, let's just pipe that straight in. We don't need a big pipe. Small pipe's enough. Okay, need acid inputs. We need this brought in from the outside by truck. That deals with that. The slag is over here. We may as well have the container to store it over here as well. Let's give it a reasonable sized buffer. What's the production speed? If that was running at full... Okay, yeah. Basic one. Belt is fine. In fact, isn't the basic belt for that fine? It is, yes. We've made that tier 2. It does not need to be. Oops, how did we manage to go too high there? We need it one high. Try again. Now we come down. Oh yeah, we do actually need to be able to get into those pipes, don't we? That being the case, let's just connect that to there and we'll move that. Yes, that's a water output. And then we're going to need... you need a very small amount of these. So let's not overfill this with filter. Where are you? This is unit storage. They're not filtered. They're not units, they're loose. That doesn't make sense. I would have expected... Oh, I suppose it's a filter medium. Yes, it's filter medium. Not an actual filter itself. Okay, so this wants to be filter medium. Keep us a truckload in there, which will last for 10 minutes. If it was running at full capacity, which it will not be. Okay. And then we need brine water, or water as an output. We do, however, need a small amount of steel. So again, we'll bring in a truckload of steel. Okay, we still need to figure out what to do with that bit. We're going to need some temporary pipe work over to here. Apologies if you heard that. That was me pressing the wrong button and accidentally muting myself on Discord, even though I'm not talking on Discord. Okay. Let's start getting some of this up and running, because we're happy with basically all of this. The pipe work up, one input, one output done. I'm happy with that bit. We are going to need to pull the water out from here. For the time being, we can take the brine out of this. Or we could just put a secondary priority on that and take the brine from there instead. That works as well. Gonna need this moved somewhere. I mean, strictly speaking, it's... don't actually need to keep any of it. That bit we don't need. We can remember that bit. Okay, so we need to bring pipe. Bring it all the way up to 5. Actually, no, bring this one. Do we have any reason to need a digger to get underneath here? No, a digger can get around it anyway. There's going to be a gap on the left-hand side. So we need to get steam over there. We need to bring brine water this way. Okay, that's that in there. Oh, it has 3 inputs for water. Power level. Collect to set the desired power level for the reactor. The selected level determines the heat generated, directly impacting steam production and the fuel consumption. All heat must be utilized. Excess will accumulate and may eventually cause the reactor to overheat. Interesting. This thing can explode. Basic reactor leak automatically, or basic reactors lack automatic power regulation, meaning their heat output remains constant. Displays the current heat accumulation in reactor. Heat is essential for the production of steam to power turbines, and its generation rate depends on the reactor's current power level. If heat exceeds the last marker, the red colon, emergency cooling will activate to reduce excess heat. If the heat bar fills completely, the reactor will critically overheat, causing damage to the building. Overheating will also cause significant radiation leaks to the area. So it can't explode. The reactor must have enough fuel in its chamber to operate. This requires a minimum indicated by the marker. When the fuel is depleted, it will be replaced automatically. And the fuel spent. Corresponding balance returned. Oh, I see. So, cooling is deployed in case the reactor starts to overheat. And that typically happens when the water supply is not fast enough to convert to steam. Okay. Okay. Not too complicated. Could be problematic, but not too complicated. So we are going to be able to run this at 1/3 capacity, I think. At least based on this bit, but I think it goes up to. Nuclear reactor 2. I'm not sure. We'll just have to test. It's a good job we're building a small system first, because we were assuming that it was going to work a particular way when we built it over here, so it looks like it will not work a particular way. Okay, I want... a tank of water. Notify if less than 25%. We could just connect this with a type tier 3 pipe. Okay, we need lorries to get underneath this. This is going to hold slag that needs to be exported. Actually, no, slight change. Still gonna overdo this, but I'm gonna feed this through a pipe balancer. So that we can prioritize the output on those three. And if we have any spare... I was hoping I could bridge directly over. Still needs to wiggle around that bit. Come on, can you really not get over that? Okay, if we move it up to a level of 3, then yes, it can get over that. Okay, so you now have your water inputs. We still need to bring the water line over here. Let's do that now. We will pull it off from here. If that stanction's there, then that's going to prevent things from getting down there to build things. Let's make sure it's here. To which end? Let me actually remove the brine pipe we have here. Okay, we have a critical problem. We've run out of maintenance. Why? We've not run out of maintenance for long enough that it's causing the problem. Output is full. Oh. Wait, that's jammed. How? Glass is jammed. Okay, how the hell has that happened? It should prioritize... I mean, we can fix it by turning this on and making sure that that's the only thing that runs. You should be configured to prioritize the input of broken glass. You are. Ah, that's the problem. I bet the problem is simply that the belt isn't fast enough. We're producing too much broken glass is probably the issue. That's still wrong. Okay, better. Better. Okay, better. Problem is fixing itself. Maybe not as quickly as I would like, but it is fixing itself. Let's upgrade this one. So yeah, problem was just not enough throughput on the belt. So what happened is very, very slowly, this belt filled up, then this belt filled up, and then this belt filled up. That jammed this, which then jammed this, which stopped these from running. I suppose what we can do is we can put this on here. That will stop it from happening again. If this gets full and it can't output anymore, then it will run the maintenance routine that doesn't output it. In theory. Because it should always prioritize the one on the top. Okay. Let's give them a little bit of a hand. Nothing broke down, but it does need to do some catching up. Okay. These guys are finished again. What are you trying to get to? Should be nothing stopping you from getting down here. Intriguing. Why were you trying to deliver to that? Lord only knows. Okay, what we were doing is placing the pipe we had here. we go. Actually, we should. No, this one's fine. Now we want to look at 288. Yeah, no, this pipe is fine because we're still going to get a decent amount of the steam back on that side of things, so we shouldn't be concerned. Okay. For now, yeah, there's not much we can do with all of you. So you go find other things to do for the time being, although the diggers can't do anything unless I tell them to. And let's get this finished. We're not going to end the episode until we have this thing running. It is in the first part of the title for a reason. And while that reason is mostly that more people are likely to watch the stream if I'm doing something with nuclear power, rather than doing the bit that was required beforehand, the research, which was the second part of the title was about, I'm not about to have my title be false advertising. Okay, and I need this to come to a... Is that in line? There. That will go there, so this wants to be here. Yes. Bring it down to ground level, point it round this way. Pipe balancer. This is not the primary inputs. The primary inputs is going to come from the large structure we are going to build to the side of this. That's the primary input. Although we're going to need more than one of these, aren't we? Let's see how many we need in the end. So we should be able to get... Yeah, 2 of these is enough for one of these. Oh, wait, no, doesn't want to be connected into that bit. Okay. That's the primary input. Wasn't there somewhere else we were reclaiming water from? Oh, it's here. I got this wrong way round. That doesn't connect into there. This connects into there. And then that is the other primary input. So yeah, 3 sources of water. If the depleted steam is running... we do need to hook this up. Take this up to a height of 5 so we can get it over the top of those. Okay, good, good. Let's start getting some of the materials over. Pipework done, get that done, get these done, get this lot done. Won't build the buildings just yet. Good. Ah, yeah, we need something to kickstart this. I mean, it depends on how long it's going to take. If we are quick... It's not going to generate as much water. Oh, we can't quick deliver these bollocks. It's probably going to stop raining by the time the stuff for these are brought over. Well, build them anyway. Because we're still going to need to have a small amount of water so that we can run an electric boiler to start the desalinators. Yeah, they can get around the back to get into there, so they can still build all that. That's a temporary pipe, so I don't mind that it looks like that. The electric boiler wants to be over there. The thing we need to do now is bring a small amount of steam back. And if that's the case, we should just also sort out this. So... that will be enough to maintain it so long as yeah, so long as the actual thing is outputting at full capacity. This is priority 1. These are both going to be priority 1. Actually, no, both priority 1. Both allowed to power things requiring surplus power. Okay, yeah, we can do it this way. That does not need to be a tier 2 pipe, not even remotely. Okay. Truck has no compatible sorting plan for mixed cargo. Which truck? Ah, wait, I think problem is more that no, it says accept only assigned. Those ones I do want to accept only assigned. Thank you, Rain. Let's get some of this stored. Okay. I might as well loop the steam coming back over to here. Straight into there. Electric boiler. I have to borrow that connection there. You only need a small amount. Just enough to kick the thing off. Okay. That is everything but the generators. No, we don't want to auto-balance this. We just want this running full pelt all the time. How much salt do we have? Because we can use this as an emergency storage. If for whatever reason... So yeah, we can say if the water's getting low, we need to know, because that'll obviously cause cooling problems in here. Shouldn't happen. But we can store any excess steam in here, and if this starts getting full, we can turn off the what's it called? The nuclear reactor. We didn't actually need to build two cooling towers, but never mind. And then we'll use this one for if we have a second set next to it, which we can always plonk down and then build later if need be. Is that going to cause a problem? Nope, we can work with that. That's not the connection I was looking for. Actually, there's no reason I can't connect all of this together. Thinking about it. Because that's 100, well, it's 96. That's 96 as well, so 200 goes into that pipe just fine. This isn't a situation where under no circumstances can we forget to build a pipe. You running? You're running. Good. Has the steam made it to here yet? Good. Chlorine is making it through. Well, you look at that. We have boom fuel sitting on the belt. Okay, there's just one more thing we need to figure out where we're going to put temporarily, because this is all a temporary setup. We'll move the main one to there once we've actually got through some of this uranium. And we've built a bigger space. Could belt it out to here for the time being. Okay, that's good to know. This does have an input and an output port. So it is assumed that you will want to get the waste back out from here. The other thing that we're not currently doing anything is the depleted uranium. We're actually out of construction 3 parts at the moment. Mining towers, no available designation. That's probably... Oh, that's not us. Where we were. That's this. Oh, hang on a second. You've missed a bit. You've also technically missed those bits there. How have you managed that? Protection from flooding this entire area when we start to dig down into it. No place to dump. Are you trapped? Yeah, you've gone and trapped yourselves in this little thing. Technically all of you have. I'm going to need one of you diggers active and probably a couple of you. Let's... Now that we've got down to here, let's expand that out a little bit and then give them a ramp in and out. There we go. Good. 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 This bit's only a temporary setup. Vehicles can still get around the back of this, so I'm not too worried about that. So yeah, let's put this here. We are curious as to exactly how much this can store. How fast can you work? 200 per second. As fast as one of these. I assume this is flat. Bring this around to here, over here. this way and in. And then the last thing we need, we kind of almost didn't give ourselves enough room to do this. Almost. We can figure this out though. Oh. No, we straight up didn't give ourselves enough room. No, we're going to have to block those off anyway. Press F. Okay. I'm guessing we must be out of concrete. Now we have plenty of concrete. I'm just puzzled as to why there's so many trucks just sitting around here. Think that priority output's there so that we can continue to get extra water in. Then this top one's priority output is here. Damn you. Connect the right bits together, please, game. I'm going to connect those two. So, default output's there, secondary outputs are here. Default output there, and that gives us this one as a secondary output. which we can send into here. So if for whatever reason we're producing more than the thing can keep up with, and it goes into there. And we can use this pipe here and then we say notify if empty. No, that's... Why can't I be notified if this is full? Every other storage container allows me to notify if it is almost full. I want to know when this is almost full because it means my nuclear reactor is about to explode. Devs! Come on! Why did you possibly think that this didn't need a notify if full? That is not what we want. Priority inputs. And then that gives us water as an output that we would need to route back into here, which we can plug into there. It would also be a an input that takes priority. Basically, the only input that doesn't take priority is the additional input of water. And that goes into there, so yeah. You can do that. Outstanding. Well, we've got the entire system kicked off, so we don't need this bit anymore anyway. Excellent. That's ready. The other bits and pieces are coming up. All we need now is sufficient resources to bring this online. Okay, so 0 I'm presuming means it's powered down. With what we've currently built, we should be able to run it at power level 1 without any problems. Which will generate us 30 megawatts of power. The stuff that we've built should be sufficient to keep it running at power level 2, both in terms of its input and its output, and to prevent it from exploding. Okay, good. That's now gone. Let's bring this up to here at level 5. Come on, you figured that out last time. Try again. There you go. There. Do we actually need to go all the way up to 5? We don't need to. This bit strictly isn't needed, but I will prep it anyway. And I think, yeah, let's take down this. In fact, I probably should have just turned it off rather than took it down. Actually, no, because we need the water output. We need the water line that was connected to it. I'm going to reorganize these pipes. Okay, we do want things to be able to get underneath there, so... There we go. That lot we can build. Okay. Everything is there. We're just waiting on materials now. Although I have noticed something we do appear to be missing. Oh, did I, It has been dropping the depleted uranium there. I didn't mean for that belt to be on yet. And in fact, we could actually just dig out this hole a little bit as well. Although we would need to put the depleted uranium somewhere temporarily. Okay, if we do it this way, and then add depleted uranium in there. I could do that. I don't think I'm going to. Okay. I assume that's this done. Yeah, okay. Let's claim these back for now. Let's have a look over here. We didn't mean to leave those running. At least not overclocked. Glass is caught up. Glass is backed up. But that is empty. So hopefully we are consuming sufficient glass. Okay. That's interesting. Why are you still trying to deliver to it? Well, allow them to finish doing their delivery, but we don't want them delivering to this. I meant to get, tear it down. Okay, that all looks good. That retaining wall looks like it's going to hold much better. The system works very, very slowly. They're adding more to it. That all looks fine. That's probably... yeah, copper's going to be a problem in a second. That's as much as we're going to dig out of there. Most of this is iron rather than coal. I mean copper. Still got a few more layers left of this. But we are getting close to needing this bit done. Another project for Thursday. Oh, I have not been paying attention. Glassmaking 2 is ready. Now, are you bigger? You look bigger. You're bigger. You're much bigger. That's a problem. You're not that tall, though. Will you? You will! Oh, that is superb. That wasn't intentional. Clearly, because this is where we laid it out. We can just slot this thing underneath these. Can we get two of them next to each other and still have them underneath? That's probably a much, much bigger ask. No, that counts as part of the building. So we're going to need to have these a bit more spaced out than I would like, but we can get them all underneath it. We can build them here. The problem is that these are almost certainly going to cost us... Oh, they're reds! I was assuming they would be 4s. Construction 4s. Okay, no, we can do that then. Can't do it at the minute, we're still using those materials. Right. Did we accelerate a building that I don't remember built? 5 boosts, 1 research lab. Food. I don't see a problem with the food. Ah, household appliances. We are out of household appliances. And because that's what it is. Because we're no longer serving household appliances, we're losing our 100% bonus here. And that's a problem with this production? Yeah. Because this is using the overflow of the circuits. We need to bring this bit online. But we do not have the materials currently. This is almost certainly going to consume resources faster than we're making them. We're also low on wood. Or at least, wood is not making it across fast enough. And yeah, we are in fact out of concrete as well, at least as far as storage is concerned. A large crusher is large. I didn't think it was quite that much bigger. That will help the production of this, because it looks like the thing that's slowing it down is a lack of crushed slag. They're still delivering to here. Let me pause that. And then they can deliver to it, and then I can tell them to stop delivering to it. Sugarcane is a Thursday problem. I think Thursday we're going to do more for... I'm not talking to you, Alexa. I never said your name. I think Thursday's problem is going to... Oh, well, problem. Thursday is going to be a doing things for the people again. So we will get the next tier of housing. We're getting sugarcane at the minute. We'll get them their cakes and their snacks and their luxury goods. And by the time we've done all of that, then we will probably be ready to do the next major expansion, which may be just tear up everything here and start again. Now, is that going to cause any kind of problem? It won't affect the fuel production. It won't affect power production. The only thing it affects is maintenance. Tearing all of this up will give us a maintenance problem. We do have another nice large area that we could plan things out in, but this area is still technically bigger. Train ran out of fuel again. Why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep failing to get fuel to the train stop? Or is it more just a problem of that this thing can no longer output fast enough? I think we need a better, or some more, a buffer. We need a bigger buffer here. Might help. Rather than a bigger buffer, just a buffer. Yeah, the problem at the minute is that these guys are digging out something else. And this thing is jammed on that. We may need a bigger one because we can't boost this. And this won't accept coal. Could we make it accept coal? I give you permission to also use that. And have an extra truck. I think we're just going to need to manually refuel all of the trains. You're not going to make it. You're fine. You're not going to make it. Okay. How close are we? Let me pin this off screen so I can keep an eye on it. We need another 160. I think these all have their 10s. Yeah, they're just waiting for the solar cells. Let me temporarily prioritize output that way. Because I'll be damned if I'm not finishing this episode with the power plant running. Maybe running and about to explode, but running. It will bloody run. I will make it run. Okay, good. That's running at maximum speed. So yeah, you're not going to be... You can't keep up with... Well, the concrete can't keep up with this. So let's turn the boost off on one set of these, because we're not going to be able to keep up on it. In fact, thinking about it, the actual output of this is we would need to overclock them. These need to run faster as well. And that's probably as much as we're going to be able to get away with just two of those. Max speed. We have to reroute the glass as well, which isn't too much of a trouble, given the fact that the new glass maker is so very long. It's a one-to-one thing still. Yes. So one of those feeds two of these. Good, good. Get the last bit. And then that flattens this entire area before the trees. Speaking of trees... You're managing to keep up. get into your limit. Although we are overclocking everything, so to be expected. Ashley. Oh no, that's just the recyclables from, or it must have got a batch of recyclables from the housing area. Okay, 100 left, 50 in store. Okay, this still isn't running constantly, that's fine. And it does appear to just be more or less permanently pegged at partial power. Although it's just stopped. That is concerning. We have... Oh, it's coal. You dumbass. You did it again. The station isn't free. It should not leave the previous station until the next station is free. There's actually an easy fix to this. Although, we may be about ready to have the nuclear reactor up and running. Why are you braking? Seriously, was the train behind you taking the station's only slot? Ah, I did pause it. So maybe I could see that being the case. We need to make this a double rail system. It is just not working like this. In fact, this isn't even correct. Okay, let's pause. This is almost built and the resources are probably on the way. I want to cut this off. Ah, damn it, the train is on it. I need these stations to be empty to do this kind of change. Or do I? Yeah, the train's in the way, so we're not going to be able to finish this. But then we can make a crossover section here. So what I think we actually need to do... Where do you connect up? There. Okay, that will let us fix the issue. We do need the trains to be or have left the station though. Are you waiting because you can't get to... yeah. Okay, if we can get you over to here, we can pause the game again and then do some speedy track rebuilding. We'll have to pause that one. Okay, this is almost ready. Let me turn it off because it prevents me from using this tool having those windows open. Because we're about to spend a bunch of them. Did you actually get coal to there? You didn't. Okay, pause, stop where you are. Pause the game entirely. Tear down. All of this track. There might be one more bit of that, there is. Okay. Is that going to be too close? That's non-stop, but this entire section here we only ever want one train on in the first place. Okay. That one's almost done. Let's see how they handle this. Strange thing is that this section down here, they don't seem to get clogged up here. They seem to know exactly, actually, I can't make it down there. This shouldn't cause any problems with the fact that this train is intentionally going backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. And a bunch of things are built around the idea that it's doing that. Okay, good. Its exclusive section is still here. Yeah, that should work. Because his exclusive section extends a little bit beyond it, and that this is here, a train here shouldn't be able to try to get into the station here because it's occupying the exclusive section. Which is what I was trying to set it to do in the first place, but for whatever reason it was being problematic. I mean, this entire section here is also just a long exclusive track so that they don't block each other off. The only problem with this bit is that ideally this bit needed to be a bit longer. But I kind of want to make this a double rail as well. All of this lot can be shifted over to the left at some point. It's not actually going to cause a problem. Changes to make in hindsight, so it's a good job we are planning to rip everything apart at some point. That's going to be a project. Now, why have you stopped? Ah, they ran out of sand. But we'll see if that helps, given again the trains should no longer need to be blocking each other off for too long. These ones here I don't mind too much blocking each other off because it's just these two down here that block each other off. But we still might not have enough throughput for the sand. Okay, more speed. So almost ready. We have 22 in storage. We need 33, 34. Those trains are going to take a little bit to get the coal into there, so just so that we don't have too many problems, you skip that station. Go refill the fuel in stop. I've seen these run in. Why are you still only at, there we go, 30? Okay, that should be enough built. Just need to wait for it to get into a container. Okay. Its cooling tank is full. We need some more fuel in there. Nobody brought over any filter medium after all this time. Are they not allowed to... Oh, I don't think we're storing it. Yes, we're not storing the filter medium. That's the reason why it's, they can't get any. Easy fix. I don't mind if this gets forked off. We know that, we have an overabundance of it anyway. Once there's enough in storage, someone should pick it up and bring it over. There needs to be a truckload of it though. Here it comes. Oh. Out of copper again. Down we go. In fact, not there. Let's go down here. And let's take it down 2 levels. Tree cutters are back here again. Okay. I wonder if there's a way to... Yeah, there would be. There's one allocated to bringing over the filter medium, but there's not one currently transporting the filter medium. Here it comes. There's the filter medium. That will clear out that. That will allow this to run again. I wonder if I didn't... Might need to give it a bigger acid store. And the conversion of yellow uranium ore powder to yellow cake is fairly pitiful. Okay, they're running. Yep, it must have enough fuel in its cable to operate. The required minimum is indicated by the marker. When the fuel is depleted, it will be replaced automatically. And spent fuel or other corresponding byproducts will be returned. So that's how many rods it has. It needs 20 rods. This is going to take a few minutes. Are we out of... Yeah, we are. We're out of a lot of things, actually. Catastrophically out of a lot of things. Well, why the hell did you dig from that side then? They dug themselves in rather than going to the one or the location nearest to, Yeah, I can't get them quite close enough. Telling it to move does empty its, thing, though. Does it just void that, or does that get sent over to here? Not sure. Fix it that way. I'm surprised we haven't run out of copper, but we are running out of electronics. Because they're sent down here. We have the resources to bring all of this online, so let's tell them to build that as well. It was high time we built more electronics. We were not producing enough of it to begin with. Okay, you ran out of fuel. Train station now has fuel in it. Okay. And it will fix itself in a second. Come on, wake up. I'm sure they'll figure it out. Where's the other train that's out of fuel? Oh, there isn't one. There might be in a moment. Do we have the minimum amount? Not yet. Still going. Oh, we can't overclock them. Shouldn't you be running constantly? No, because I would need 2 more of these to make you run constantly. Oh, at least 16. It'll be ready in a couple of minutes. There we go. Better. Everything is running as it should again now. We are, however, still having problems getting sand over here, but again, I wonder if that was a result of the fuel problem down here. I could put one more train on that line that's delivering acid, salt, limestone and sand. We are running out of limestone as well. Okay, fine. That is the correct type of train for the correct one. Let's put it on. I'm not going to speed up the delivery because we don't actually have the Unity to do it. Ah, no concrete. Nope. We are one short. One more and we can bring that online. And then we stop consuming coal down here, basically. Which will actually help. And this area is almost done as well, which is good because it looks like we are almost out of our copper mine and we're going to have to start chipping into this. Alrighty. How have you ended up with an odd number? If you make 2 every cycle. Pass. Anyway. Click. It's got the blue glow. This is where we find out whether we broke something or not. Optimal heat level based on the current target power. The heat is below this, meaning the reactor is still warming up. Exceeding this heat level suggests reduced water circulation, causing heat to build up faster than it can be removed. I'm guessing, yeah, the steam is currently filling up this pipe. Once it's filled up that part of the pipe, it should then start filtering out to the generators. Or at least it would do if we hadn't forgotten to build that. Might need to turn one of these off temporarily. Because we're losing, I think it's 12 steam per second to power the desalinator. If I could force all, it might be worth me forcing all of the, or putting in a splitter here and prioritizing steam to this generator. So that we can get it up to speed. Okay, this will overcapacity the tank. Okay. I might need to install some flywheels to try and keep this thing going. Give it a bit of an extra inertia rather than being solely reliant on the input power, which is going to be a little fluctuating for a while this builds up. But it's running. At the very least it shouldn't explode. Problem we might have is just getting or enough steam to these to keep them running, keep them up to speed. But they seem stable at the minute. It's because they still have some steam in the pipe. I don't know, they may be okay. Efficiency has dropped a bit. Out of fuel again. I'm running out of Unity to be able to refuel these things manually. Did you really just move forward and block the track when you couldn't actually get to the next part of the track? Sugarcane research is done. Well, we can answer a question before we look to finish up then. Now, here's a different question. These should be set to now auto-balance. All of them. Because they have an input from elsewhere. And none of these should be set to highest priority power. Let's make a quick tweak to here. probably should have made a while ago. If you have fuel in that tank, please use it. Should reduce coal consumption. Okay, we needed to answer a question before we was looking to finish up. Yep, sugar isn't something that we can give to them for food. It's something we use to create other types of food. You going to explode? Nope, you're not going to explode. Hopefully, we can get some concrete before that causes a problem. Nope, they've spun down again because of the desalinator consuming the steam. Okay, if I set one of these to lower than the other location, and I set all of these to auto balance. Pause that. Get it running again. We'll also add a couple of flywheels. Just to try and smooth out the power. Do we have the Unity to quick build that? Yes. Unpause these. Okay, let's multiply the amount of power that the system can hold by 10 times. We don't really want them auto-balancing though, we just don't want them stopping, so... I think once the tank is full, this should balance out and be okay. Now you should have a lower priority than... They should have a lower priority than the other power station. So it shouldn't be consuming the inlet power here. Is it because it's... It might be because it's set to auto balance? Yeah, it's because it's set to auto balance, which we can't have these set to. We want them running as hard as they can run most of the time. And I'll make 30 megawatts between them. Okay, if we put this back to there. Not enough inputs. Okay, this is what I wanted it to do. Find some kind of equilibrium. It doesn't have to be generating the full amount of power. What it can't be doing is grinding to a halt. So we run it 3 times faster. This is basically keeping up now. Oh, interesting. This thing doesn't necessarily have to have the thing be full. Alright, because it's doing 16 every 10 seconds. But even then, it's not consuming 16, 8. Yeah, it doesn't have to have a full load to run. Okay, I think I'm happy with this now. I think it's... He says as he clicks it and checks it, and it's already ground to a halt again. I looked away for less than a minute. The power demand isn't even enough to consume all the power in both of these. Okay, that's set to 7. These ones over here are set to 6. So it should use these first, rather than that other one. How can we have a power deficit? This has access to all the steam it could possibly need. There must be something I am missing about these ones. They're set to auto balance, so unless these are actually consuming power, which they shouldn't need to most of the time. I mean, at the minute they shouldn't be consuming power at all. Or generating power at all. The other one should be handling it. Yeah, but the other one's not maintaining its speed, that's the problem. It would be handling it if it could keep up at the moment, which it can't. We should have waited until the tank was full. I mean, yeah, this one isn't even spinning at the minute. let's it won't matter when we get to powering the two on the other side. Let me break that, quick remove them. Break that. Quick remove that. Quick build that. Priority output there. Make sure one of them is running constantly. And a similar thing here. Let's break those. Ah, right, yeah, we can't do that way. Too high. Okay. That should throw most of the steam into one generator particularly. So one of these generators should always be outputting something. And similarly here, this one should also always be running at 100% efficiency. Okay, it's stable, but only because the actual power draw of the entire factory has gone down below its actual requirements. So this one isn't even needing to spin at full speed anymore. But we are steadily losing power. Mechanical power, at least. Oh, that's why. The problem is because this isn't getting enough steam, the second it can't run, it loses all of its efficiency. That is quite the pain in the arse. I assume the efficiency would just go down and it would average out based upon its input, but no. The second it doesn't have steam to run, all of its efficiency is gone. That's just silly. That is silly in my opinion. Well, at the very least, all of the steam should now be heading this way, or all of the excess steam. But yeah, if it restarts just because it's had a momentary spike of not having enough steam, then that means we can't run these desalinators off of that. What we may have to do is run the desalinators off of electric boilers then. We lose 5 megawatts just to, or 5 megawatts with both of these running, just to, as you know, it'll be 10. 4.5 per one of these we need to top up with steam. Unless we bring something else down here to generate steam for them. That may just be the best way around it. Bring down a whole bunch of fuel gas. We'd need 1 truckload every 3 minutes. 4 minutes. I will worry about this between episodes. We are now an hour over time. We have it running. We've not got any problem with the reactor itself. The problem is with the turbines. This is running imbalanced, but only because we're not needing all the power at the minute. I mean, maybe that's all we need if we build the other line of this once we have enough materials. Put this onto the full consumption of what we're producing. Then this entire setup makes us 60 megawatts of power. And thinking about it, it's 30 megawatts of power per... Actually, no, it's not even per desalinator. The desalinator is... Well, we need the desalinator to top up the amount of steam that we're producing from this, that we lose from the towers. If this thing is running at full blast, so powering 3 lots of these, then we need 1 desalinator. So, for 90 power, we need to consume 4.5 to boil water to run the desalinator, which is nothing. That is a statistically insignificant amount of power. So I think that'll be the plan. We'll strip out this. We already have the water over here. We'll just put down water comes out here, yeah. We'll just put down 2 of these. We only need 1 of them at the minute. Take... In fact, no, we only need 1 of them. One assumes you've connected the right way. Yes. Let's reverse the direction of that for a moment. In fact, we don't need this pipe at all. Let's just tear it down. Take the steam out of here. Okay. That gets that the steam that it needs. Which means 100% of the steam that this thing makes can now go this way. Which means we should now be able to just set that to there. And it should just run. I got I turned auto balance on. Okay, that's up at 100% efficiency. That's up at 100% efficiency. This is coming up to 100% efficiency. Problem solved. At the cost of some of the power it produces. Okay, steam is keeping up. Okay, all good. Right. We'll leave it there. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Thursday. Yes, Thursday. I think the plan will be... I think we let them eat cake. I think that will be the title as well, but the plan will be to get snack production, cake production, hospital production, canola production, ethanol production, all up and running. That's probably what we're going to do. I'll have a look through the tech tree to see if there's anything else that we can target. Goldsmithing as well if we get around to it. But we'll see. But yeah, anyway, thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.